Hi. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see all of you here today on our beautiful campus. And I myself actually have not been to campus for a few months. So this is also the first day back for me in a few months. So welcome to Heriot-Watt University, Malaysia. And my name is Jasmine. I'm the head for the Malaysian Foundation Program. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about how we prepare our foundation students for success and just give you an overview of how we conduct our Malaysian Foundation Program using our positive education practices as well. So this is the outline of my talk. I'll just go through a little bit about what we as parents usually want for our children, some of the challenges that we see that our youth are facing today, and what we do at Heriot-Watt University, Malaysia, to actually help these students. And then I'll talk a little bit about the programs that we have to prepare our students who enter the foundation program, to prepare them to be able to be successful in their academic journey with us. So usually I would start off these talks by asking the parents in the audience, to ponder upon this question. What do we want for our children, right? So if I can invite maybe Sir to say, what would you like for your daughter and son who are here today? Madam?
Oh yeah, of course I would like them to be independent, to be able to stand on their own, to be able to explore what's out there and fully use their potentials and explore their talent.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So usually when we ask parents, a lot of the answers that we get would be very similar. We want our children to be happy, we want them to be successful, we want them to be independent, we want them to be healthy, maybe to find a good career in future. We want them to be caring individuals. We want them to find meaning and purpose in life. And these are usually the answers that a lot of parents give, when we talk to parents. However, let us think, while we have all these wishes for our children, we want them to be motivated, etc. Let us think what we actually, or in schools and universities, do now to prepare students to be able to obtain those. So while we prepare our students academically, to be successful academically, we find that nowadays, actually there are many challenges that face our youth today when they actually graduate, right? So let us think, are we actually also teaching them the skills to be happy, to be successful, to be able to face future challenges, to be purposeful? Are we really teaching them those skills as well, to be able to face the frustrations that they might face when they actually graduate? So today we are living in very unprecedented times. There are actually many challenges that face us. And the COVID-19 situation is again a challenge that has been newly introduced. And before 2020, we did not face this challenge, in addition to all the other challenges that we face. So some of the challenges that we have been hearing about is the digital revolution challenge, right? Industry Revolution 4.0, which brings about certain challenges whereby we have been told that jobs are disappearing, New jobs are being created. The robots are taking over our jobs, We have to learn new skills. So many of our youth today are faced with the prospect that the degree that they are studying for today, or when they go into university, when they start their university, and when they graduate 3, 4, 5 years down the road, the jobs that they have been training for might not exist anymore. The skills that they are learning today might not be relevant anymore, right? There could be new jobs out there which do not exist today. So this is the Industry Revolution 4.0 that we talk about. So, and this actually has been substantiated by a lot of studies, which actually mention that, okay, many jobs could be lost, okay, in the next 10 years or so, and people will be changing jobs, okay, the work environment could change. So while we try our best within the university and academic institutions to prepare students for all these new skills that are coming out there, we also need to prepare students to be able to face all these uncertainties, right? To be able to adapt to changes quickly, to be able to develop the mindset, to be able to take on these challenges in a very positive manner and not give up when they are faced with such challenges. So we call this digital revolution. And more young people are unable to cope with stress, okay, with challenges of keeping up with their studies. And more importantly, we see now with the use of technology, where our youth now are actually tied, okay, to their devices, to their computers, to their smartphones, etc. Many of them have also sort of lost their ability to maintain social relationships. Okay, the personal relationships have been lost because they tend to communicate more through their devices, right? So we need to bring back a lot of these skills. So studies have shown that there is also a decrease in empathy, okay, among university studies, among youth. And in order for us, we believe that in order for us to thrive in this digital revolution, we cannot compete with the ability of the machine or the robots or the humanoids, right? The humanoids, the robots, the machine will always be able to process facts and figures faster. They will be able to churn a lot of data much faster than the human mind. So the only area where we believe that human beings can actually be superior to these machines would be in our humanistic values. So how do we add value to the future jobs that are out there is actually through the humanistic values that we have, through empathy, through our moral etiquette, right? To knowing what is right and wrong. And through the personal relationship. These, the humanoids like Sophia cannot provide, right? So basically what we are saying is that we need to be able to make sure that we prepare our youth to develop these skills, okay, to maintain this, to enhance these humanistic values. However, if you look at the situation nowadays, mental well-being among youth is decreasing. So you can see that, you know, in the studies on Global Youth Wellbeing Index, also we see this decreasing. In Malaysia, the situation is not much different. Okay, we constantly hear news or read about news in the newspapers about our youth, you know, being challenged mentally. Okay, there's a high rate of suicide cases. And according to the Malaysia National Health Mobility Survey, which was conducted a couple of years ago, the statistics are very alarming. 20% of adolescents suffer from depression. 40% have anxiety issues, and 10% are stressed. So while we are actually hoping that, you know, many of our youth are able to excel academically, we also need to ensure that all these well-being matters are being addressed. So in terms of, future job skills, you can see that increasingly the declining skills, like, you know, the hard skills that we call it, are now increasingly or declining in need. The kind of skills that they see that, you know, in terms of future jobs would be creativity, originality, showing initiative, critical thinking and analysis, and emotional intelligence. So you can see that these are the skills now that are predicted to be the kind of skills that future employers would be looking for, the kind of job outlook skills that people are looking for, okay, in addition to hard skills. In 2018, Okay, the Kazana Research Institute had also conducted a survey or a research, and they produced this report. So in this report, and they call it School to Work Transition of Young Malaysians. So this report actually also provided research of key findings that actually share the same kind of statistics for Malaysian employers. So it is stated here that Malaysian employers actually rank soft skills as being the highest type of skills that they look for when they are actually looking for employers. So you can see that 50% of the employers actually rank soft skills as being the skills that they actually look for, besides work experience, and hard skills actually rank third, okay, in their studies. So besides that, there is also this emphasis on lifelong learning, which means that the ability to keep on learning new things. That's what employers are actually looking for. So keeping that in mind then, how do we prepare, okay, our young person here today, who's preparing to join university, and finishing SPM or the GCSE now, how do we prepare them for university life? So these would be many of the questions that are being faced by our young people, maybe here today. Okay, I'm not sure what I want to do. Okay, what course should I take? Okay, they have concerns about fitting into university. They're coming into a new university environment. How do you make friends? How do you fit into the study environment? New learning of environment. Maybe there is a lack of confidence. I'm very shy. I'm introverted. Okay, I have language, maybe proficiency. I have a lack of language proficiency because I come from maybe a non-English medium school, etc. So these are the kind of challenges that our young people are facing when they come in. So in our Malaysian Foundation program, we have actually anticipated a lot of these challenges, and we have tried to prepare, or we have actually come up with programs to help prepare the students who come into our programs to be able to address these challenges. And in Heriot-Watt University, we actually adopt what we call positive education. So basically, positive education is an education paradigm which not only focuses on academic excellence, okay, on academic achievement, okay, which we do very well, okay, as a well-ranking university, but we also look at building character and well-being. And we want to ensure that we help all our students to be able to flourish as successful human beings. So that is basically the definition of positive education. And in Heriot-Watt University Malaysia, how do we do that? So we do that by first starting off by ensuring that all students who join us, we help them to develop a sense of purpose. Because studies have shown that individuals who have a sense of purpose tend to be more successful in their careers, tend to be more successful in their lives, and they are able to face whatever challenges that they have. So we actually have programs where we actually talk to our students, and we help them to develop and find their life purpose. And through that, then they will be able to excel academically, they will be able to build good character and soft skills, and be able to flourish, to be successful human beings, and prepares them for a successful academic journey, okay, throughout their studies here and beyond when they graduate. So students, we prepare students to be able to achieve all this so that then they are able to achieve their impact in life, be able to have an impact on themselves, their community, and maybe even the world. So in our Malaysian Foundation program, we start off this positive education journey through starting from the orientation. Okay, so we embed the positive education practices and philosophies throughout our program to ensure that our students actually are building mental and emotional resilience, and they are positive and be able to cope with their studies. So we start that off with a Fit for Future orientation. So every foundation student who join us, they will come in and join a 1-week orientation program. We call that Fit for Future. So this program actually was specifically designed to enable students, okay, to prepare them to have a good academic success journey, and it focuses on building positive mindset, self-awareness. We help them to look at setting short-term and long-term SMART goals, and then we also help them to build their peer relationships among themselves and also with their lecturers. At the same time, it helps students to adapt to new study environment. So this Fit for Future orientation was actually based on our very successful youth transformation program that we used to run previously when we had face-to-face, when students were able to come to campus. But last year, we had to adapt it slightly because of MCO, where we were unable to receive students on campus. So we have actually fully transitioned the entire content to be delivered fully online, okay, in the current situation that we are in now, whereby it has not lost the essence of the program, and we have actually called it Fit for Future. So basically, the virtual learning environment that we use to host this Fit for Future, it's very colorful, it looks very interesting, it actually attracts the young people, and it is supported by face-to-face webinars with group work, and we also have this, what we call personal discovery units, which cover things like how they build a successful mindset, what is emotional intelligence, expressing positive emotions, okay, being positive, how they set future career goals, and how they build social relationships, etc. We also put in self-awareness, like personality tests for students to be aware of their own personality and their learning styles. So this would actually help them to be able to then adapt to the university, to the foundation program when they join us, by being aware of their learning style and their personality, so that they know how to be able to interact in the team or group work when they are put in teams. So the program also incorporates information about the university should they not be able to come to campus to actually complete the orientation program. So everything has been fully incorporated into this Fit for Future program in the virtual learning environment. So we have actually run Fit for Future 3 times last year for our 3 intakes, and we have actually received very positive responses. So basically, I just shared 2 where one of the students said that through this Fit for Future program, he has realized his own potential and feel empowered. And then this other student said that she not only got to know herself, personality goals, etc., okay, but they were able to have fun as well, okay, and they learn a lot, okay, from the Fit for Future program. So we have found that when students go through this very unique orientation program that we provide, many of them come out of the program feeling so excited. They feel really keen to move on to their first day of classes when classes start. So it really gives them that very positive feeling after completion. So I'd like to now go on to how we actually conduct our foundation program. And we have rebranded it and called it Digital Foundation Program because of the COVID-19 situation last year, where we actually had to move our content to be delivered online. Okay, so now, if the situation arises where we cannot come to campus, everything has been prepared online. If we are able to come to campus, we can do hybrid or blended learning. So we actually call this a digital first approach. We redesigned the entire delivery of our foundation program to be able to adapt to this new digital delivery mode. So the pedagogy has been, in terms of developing the content, we are using what we call a challenge-based pedagogy, which enables students to be able to relate the content that they learn to real-world or real-life applications. And we are able to use the technology from the virtual learning environment to be able to analyze the learning progress of each of our students, which enables us to give them more personalized support should they need it. The delivery mode as well allows us to actually engage students in a variety of exciting learning activities. So students are able to participate in a lot of learning activities, either online or through their webinars, etc. And it enables them to actually be more immersed in their learning. And of course, we also have our online orientation program, Fit for Future, which I've talked about. So the challenge-based approach that we talk about provides students what we call an authentic learning experience. So what is this authentic learning experience? Basically, all the courses have been designed in such a way that they are framed around challenges. So this enables the students to be able to relate theory to practice in a real-world challenge. And we also endeavor to make sure that the challenges are current and they also align to the Sustainable Development Goals to give students a whole world view of what they are learning. Okay, so this authentic learning experience allows us to link all the learning activities in such a way that every subject content will enable students to be able to relate back to a real world challenge or issue. And on top of that, the virtual learning environment that we provide enables social learning to take place. So we understand that sometimes if you need to learn on an online learning environment, it can be a lonely experience. So the way that we engage students is that they are able to post their comments, their peers are able to view it, they can like it, much like as what you see on social media, and the lecturers or the instructors also go in and they comment on the work that the students put up, and there's also spaces for group work and team work. So just to give an example of how we set this challenge-based pedagogy using authentic learning experience, actually we built a fictional narrative around all our courses. So we know that students like to learn using a story or a fictional base. So in our foundation program, we have developed a fictional city, and we call it Urbanston. So in this city, we have actually put in the ambition that we want this city to be a smart city. So there are a lot of things that we want to build in this city. So each course takes a component of this city and they build that into the content. So for example, like in mathematics, we say that we are building a smart stadium for the city, and the way that all the content has been designed to deliver the concepts in mathematics is it relates back to how we are actually constructing the smart city. Okay, so example, if students are learning distance formula, how they calculate area, we get them to relate back to the plot of land that is required to build the city or the stadium. And we actually get the students to think about when we craft the activities, we craft it around that story or narrative that we have created. Okay, another example given here is academic skills. So all our foundation program, we incorporate academic skills and English as the core, one of the core mainstreams. So in this academic skills and English, the narrative around this will be students are actually working for a newspaper company, a media company in Urbanston. They call it Urbanston Times. So whatever that they learn in academic skills and English would actually frame it around this narrative, because this involves the communication skills, the writing skills, etc. And that's what we mean by giving them that authentic learning experience. So the example that I have actually given just now, in terms of the stadium, maybe, sorry, this might be a little bit small for you to see, but I can explain much later if you want more details. Example, when we teach them the distance formula, this is one of the very introductory topics in mathematics first semester, and when we introduce this formula, we get the students to think. So this is the question that they have: how big can we make the stadium given the plot of land that you have to work with? So the students immediately start to think how they can adapt this formula. And students are asked to do some calculation, and what you see on your right here are actually the work that the students post in the virtual learning environment for lecturers to view and comment. And you can see they have the like and comment buttons here, where students and lecturers can comment, on the individual work. So basically, this is what the virtual learning environment looks like. And as I said, that we are able to design a variety of learning activities. So students can post, just now they uploaded a scan diagram, or they can type a piece of work, so they can actually post reflection, they can post comments, they can even post a video recording. Okay, they might complete an online quiz, or some kind of activity. We can have webinars, home experiments, and learning episodes. I will explain that a little bit later. These are actually learning experiences where we invite our Heriot-Watt University subject specialists to give short lectures as well, and we put that on our virtual learning environment. So example, what we have done is also, we bring the experts to the students through the virtual learning environment, and you can see here a variety of experts. So the students not only get the opportunity to learn from their lecturer, but we are able to bring the experts to them into their virtual classroom. So this is actually Richard Williams. For those of you who might not know him, he's actually Heriot-Watt's principal and vice chancellor, all the way from Edinburgh, and he actually gave a small lecture on cryogenic liquids because his background is in chemical engineering. So that was actually in the chemistry course that we posted this. And for the economics course, in the topic about exchange rates, we actually invited the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, Abra Anwar. He did an interview with the lecturer talking about exchange rates, and we posted this actually in that particular learning episode for this topic. And we also have Edinburgh colleagues like Professor Heather McGregor, who's the Executive Dean of Edinburgh Business School, and even our local associate heads. Example, Professor Fu, Dr. Fu, who's actually the associate head for the School of Social Sciences in Malaysia, and they talked about various topics. So it's not limited to this. In fact, every single course we actually have some kind of learning episode that has been posted with an expert. And as I mentioned just now, the virtual learning environment actually gives us an added advantage, okay, over what we used to have when we had face-to-face classes. We are actually able to analyze the learning progress of every single student, whether they are accessing the materials, whether they are actually participating in the online content, and we are able to actually extract these statistics. So using these statistics, actually, as I said, we can personalize the kind of support that we need. So if I see a particular student falling behind here, maybe the statistic shows that they are not progressing well, we can immediately remind the student or contact the student and say, hey, we noted that you have not been active on the platform. Is there a reason? Do you need additional support? Are you facing some challenges, etc.? So we can send reminders to the students. And we are even able to track up to each day how many hours or minutes the students spend on the platform. So this allows us, as I said, to be able to provide that more personalized support. Okay? And we are also able to actually monitor topic by topic, whether the student has completed. So the green tick indicates that the students have completed the activity, and if they have not completed, then it will be indicated by this. Sorry, so I'll use this. So here it's not completed yet, and we won't even know how many activities that the student has not completed. So before I end my presentation, I just want to also share some student feedback on the learning experience that they have had, in the program. So basically, example, in the business course, one of the feedback received was the students actually liked the videos that was posted. It made the learning more enjoyable. Okay, in the example for economics course, they liked the variety of information and resources provided for each topic. They enjoyed the group work that was actually there, and it gave them the opportunity to share their thoughts and opinions, so that they were enabled, through the discussion, they were able to learn the concepts better. Mathematics, okay, they like the feedback given by the instructors, okay, on the platform, the content, help them to be able to understand the topic better with all the exercises given. And example for chemistry, the feedback said that the learning activities actually were very helpful, required them to think out of the box. And they found, and this particular comment said that immersing himself or herself in the learning process, they got to know the concepts better when it was linked to real life applications. And that was actually the basis of the way that we design the content. So basically, through this very innovative learning approach, okay, what we have found is that the learning process is actually very structured, okay, and it's able to, we are able to organize all the learning activities around the real life challenges that we have. It trains our students to be more independent, okay, prepares them for university, for the undergraduate studies and beyond, okay, enables students to manage their own time because they have to complete certain activities by a certain deadline every week. So it helps them to manage, to self-manage their time better. Also improves some of the students' non-verbal communication because they have to type reflection, they have to type things. The verbal communication is through the face-to-face or online webinars where students will be asked to speak out during class, okay. The great thing is all the learning materials are also available online, okay. So students can always go back at any time to actually review the content whenever they have a need to. They are able to monitor their own progress by checking whether they've completed the activities, and actually students do that. Some students, they actually self-monitor and they come back to the lecturer and say that, hey, how come my progress doesn't show that I've completed, but I've actually completed? And what we have done is we have also built in a lot of opportunities for self-reflection in the platform itself, for students to self-reflect on their learning. So basically, that's my presentation on the Digital Foundation program, and I just want to highlight the different pathways that we have in our foundation program. We actually have two foundations, which is Foundation in Science, which provides the following pathway for students who want to progress to engineering, actuarial science, data science, or psychology. They can go through our Foundation in Science pathway with the various course options that are provided. For students who actually want to progress to management, business-related, non-science-related courses, except for, of course, actuarial science, data science, and psychology, they can also go through the Foundation in Business pathway, whereby they will need to take mathematics in Foundation in Business. Then the rest of the courses are the business courses. So this gives the flexibility of students to choose the course options that they want to, based on a pathway that they would like to pursue in future. Okay, so basically these are the course options, and I end my presentation now. Thank you very much for your attention. We are open for questions from the floor and also online. I think Camelia is going to I won't go through now, but we can later, if you want, I can sit down and talk to you, because the information will be also in our prospectus. Yes, but I would be happy to sit down, with a group of parents if you want me to talk about that. Yes.
Because they may have certain questions that relevant to our.
Yes.
We wouldn't know what they want to know unless you.
We can actually adjourn later. Not in these slides,
Okay.
but I can provide more information later. So do we have general questions first, maybe? Any general questions? Well, maybe we can address any questions from the floor first.
Is it with regards to foundation?
Any question that you have.
What clubs you have, what leisure activities that you have,
Sure.
that you collaborate with outside NGOs, for example, I don't know, because if you were saying that you want to prepare the students for them to feed outside, do you have those activities?
We have a very active student association, under, we call it the HUMSA, whereby they would organize actually many student activity, club activities. I think we have close to more than 30 clubs that are actually running within Heriot-Watt University. And in terms of collaboration with industry and employers, we actually have a career services department, okay, which organizes now and then we have talks, career talks and activities which are actually open to all students. So, so those activities are available and open to all students to join. And within the foundation program, as I said, we have what we do is we also incorporate the talks by some industry experts, which enable the students to interact with some of the industry experts on various topics. Yeah, yeah, so basically, I mean, when the students move on to the undergraduate program, of course, then the activities become more focused on helping them, to link up with employers. So in the first year of undergraduate studies, through a program that we have built around positive education, which we call Empower, students actually work on community service projects, and this will be the time when students actually have the opportunities to work with NGO, and many of our students, our first year students now in university, they are looking at crowdfunding. They have actually started a lot of activities which enable them to look at how they can have an impact, on the community and society, and they have started a lot of these community service projects working with some NGOs. So we have had students who are doing environmental work like Save the Turtles, and we have had students who are collecting funds for orphanages, for old folks home, and collecting even crowdfunding funds for there's one group of students crowdfunding funds to actually buy tablets for students in a community in Kuantan, etc. And they're actually crowdfunding some of these activities. So these are some of the community service projects that students get the opportunity to be involved in.
I just want to ask about the foundation course.
Yeah, sure.
Because you explained about the online learning platform, right? So is the fact that the foundation course will be run fully online, is that subject to the government's announcement? So
Yes.
there's a possibility you might open up if the government
Yes.
says it's okay.
Yes. So as I said, the virtual learning environment that we have designed provides us the flexibility to be able to either do it fully online, as what we had to do in 2020 because of the MCO restrictions. But as the restrictions start to ease up, and we can see now that the government are allowing a gradual return of students back to campus, we would transition slowly back to a certain percentage of face-to-face delivery. So at this point in time, the Ministry of Higher Education SOP still do not allow us to conduct face-to-face classes except for lab practicals for foundation students. So if we will move, we are able to deliver it fully online to hybrid, and then we can slowly move back to face-to-face delivery as the restrictions open up. Okay. Right. So there's a question on what subjects in foundation that we learn if we choose foundation in business or science. Okay. So basically, in the foundation program, 2 courses are compulsory, which is the English and for science, English and physics are compulsory, and then students get to choose between chemistry, psychology, or computing. Okay, based on the field of study that they want to go into. For business, we have English only is compulsory. Then students get to choose between a management course. Economics is also compulsory for business. So for business, we have English and economics, which are compulsory. Then students get to choose between management, accounting, psychology, or computing for the business pathway. Maths, yes. For those who choose actuarial science or data science in business, they also can choose between, they can choose to take math.
Is your foundation equivalent to first year in Edinburgh?
So our foundation is benchmarked against the SQA, we call it the level 7, which is the advanced higher in Scotland, which is equivalent to the year 1 of a 4-year degree program. And it's also equivalent to what we call an A levels, a general A levels kind of standard.
Because it's a little bit ambiguous because in Edinburgh, they have it in 4 years. Over here, you have it in like foundation plus another 3 years. So for some of the students who do not sit for A level, they finish SPM and they enter foundation. Will they be able to cope if it's your foundation is equivalent to
Yes,
first
our
year?
foundation entry, actually it's, we are taking in students from SPM or O levels. So basically, we actually bring the students up to the standard of the SQA level 7, which is equivalent to the year 1 of a 4-year Scottish degree program within the foundation program. So the first semester of the foundation program typically will we will actually cover a little bit of the O levels revision, and then we transition to the what we call like an equivalent of an level 6 of a Scottish advanced higher SQA, or the Scottish qualifications framework, which is their high school level. And then in semester 2 and semester 3, we transition to the level 7, which is equivalent to the first year of the Scottish degree programs. So once the students go finish our foundation, actually when they enter our undergraduate degree, our first year of undergraduate degree is actually equivalent to the second year in Scotland. So it's year 1 here, but actually in Scotland, it's actually their year 2. Okay, there's a question about flexible foundation. So we have actually recently embarked on a new campaign which we call Flexible Foundation. So basically what this means is that because we actually understand a lot of the disruptions that students have actually experienced in their learning journey over the last year or so, and perhaps they might not have the confidence or the necessary foundation to be able to actually be successful or progress seamlessly into a foundation program. So what we are offering in this flexible foundation is that students who join our April intake, okay, this is specifically for April intake, should they actually face some difficulties in coping up with their first semester of studies due to whatever reasons, we are giving them that option to restart their learning opportunity again in the following intakes. So we call this flexible foundation program, whereby so at a certain after the midway in the semester, we normally do a formative assessment, like a midterm test, to gauge students' progress. So at this point in time, should the students be having some difficulty or challenges, the personal tutor can speak with the students and we counsel them, and should the student decide that they are not confident to continue with April intake, they may decide to defer the April intake and start again in our July or September intakes at no additional cost to the student. So,
we have 3 intakes in a year.
yes.
How about for undergraduates? When is the semester start?
Undergraduate, our main intake will be September, and then for the January intake, it will be open for a limited set of undergraduate programs. So the main intakes for undergraduate is September.
So the program, the foundations, the continuity from foundations to the first year of the undergraduates, you can choose either.
Yes.
September still make,
Yes. So all the intakes for this year, if you join 2021 intake, then and you complete your foundation successfully, everyone will progress to next year, 2022, September 2022 intake.
My question would be too specific.
Okay, no worries. I can come back to you later. Any other questions? Okay.
Say the situations allowed, the credit transfers, the student want to go to the UK for the main campus. So what is the arrangements of those students?
Right. So basically, under the in our foundation program, students actually typically 90% of our foundation students would progress into a program in Heriot-Watt University, Malaysia, at least for the first year. So subsequently, if students want to transfer to our UK or Dubai campuses under the Go Global program, okay, they may do so. Usually student services would announce the date when they could start to apply for this, in their second year of studies. Then they would put in the application, and it's an automatic progression as long as students met the progression requirements from year 1 to year 2. It's just that the fee will be based on the international student fee that is charged in the international campuses, but under Go Global program, there will be a 20% fee waiver that students are entitled to. So students can transfer and do 1 year in UK or Dubai, and then you come back into Malaysia to complete your studies, or you can transfer there permanently and complete your degree there, so it's very flexible.
The benefit of doing foundation here and proceed to the first year here in Malaysia is you are giving us 25%.
20%.
20%.
Yes.
Marketing. All right, and then subsequently when they transfer to Scotland or Dubai, they get another 25% from the international fees?
No, the students who transfer from foundation to first year, they get a progression discount.
Yes.
I think it's currently 5,000.
For those students who are progressing from foundation to undergraduate, if they score an average of 70% in their foundation, they will gain a 35% scholarship to their first year. But however, if they do not have 70%, all progression students will get a 5,000 ringgit discount to progress. Yeah. So once you do the first year, and then if you proceed to UK on the second or the third year, through our Go Global program, you will be able to get a 20% discount through the Go Global program.
20% discount of the international fees.
Yes, which is the UK visa. Yeah.
So just to address this question here, can I transfer to UK campus for any business after I complete foundation in business? So after completing foundation programs, students may choose to also apply directly to transfer to UK campuses. Depending on the, I think most of the programs except foundation, except some very specific programs whereby, which are not offered within the Malaysian campus, there are certain entry requirements that need to be fulfilled. But generally you can, but you do not get the progression discount, you do not get the High Scholarship Achievers Award if you qualify, and you do not get that 20% Go Global that we offer to all students if students choose to transfer directly after foundation.
You have another benefit, which is the WISE Women for STEM.
Yes, that's a scholarship, yes, which...
Would you like to elaborate that?
So it's a scholarship scheme that is available whereby I think when you can actually apply for that, women in STEM, so it's only applicable to the female students. There are certain requirements, I think, in terms of academic achievement, and then there will be a selection process whereby there will be an interview process to go through. Yeah.
So it covers from foundation all the way to undergraduate. This WISE program for foundation for the April intake, it's at 50% of the scholarship. Yeah.
Right.
So if you get that 50%, it covers right up to the application is actually starting right now.
So which means if the students gain 7 A's, you're giving rebates of 7,000 plus the 50%?
No,
Assume
it's either one.
Either one.
You don't get all of it. Good try. Yeah, it's either WISE or the high achiever scholarship. Yes. Last question.
Okay. How would examinations be carried out if online learning is used? All right. So basically, what we have been practicing throughout the whole university since we moved to online learning is examinations are still being conducted. It's online. It's a take-home exam. So students will be given a limited time duration to be able to complete their exams, and then so basically they download the exam paper from our exam portal. They complete the exam and then they upload it back to the exam portal. So we have been running these exams already for the last 1 year. So examinations are still being conducted, yes.
April intake, will there be any physical classes?
So it depends on the loosening of the restrictions at the moment. While we are able to conduct limited lab sessions, we are still unable to run classroom-based classes at the moment for face-to-face. So we actually do have webinar sessions that replaces the face-to-face classes. Yeah.
Still very much online at the moment.
At the moment, yes. Until we receive new regulations or updated regulations from the ministry. Any further questions? So I'll be around after this. I'll be happy to address very specific questions that anyone would have, and also we have colleagues in the other room who are able to address questions as well regarding the program. So feel free to later, just move there, and we are happy to talk further. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Okay.
So, shall I start? Very good morning to both of you. We have audience here on campus. We're also broadcasting this live on Facebook. Don't worry, the audience here. You know, unless you turn around, I don't know. But a very good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to you all who came to campus. I feel a bit surreal today because this is after a few months. This is the first time I'm back on campus. So it's good to be back on campus to actually see our wonderful campus. So I want to welcome those people online as well as you know, the people here on campus to my talk here. And what I want to talk about today is how do you do, how can you use your business degree to actually change the world? So what I want to really say for the next maybe 30 minutes is to really talk about what is business, right? So some of you may be interested to actually take up a business degree. So what is a business degree and what can I do with a business degree? My personal opinion is that you can do a lot. You can really change the world. I'll give you some examples of how business is already changing the world, whether for good or for not so good. So I'll give you some examples. And then I will, hello, please come in. Yeah. Good afternoon. Okay, please do join us. We've just started, don't worry. And just to let you know, we are also broadcasting this on social media. But don't worry, you know, we'll not be able to see you. They're actually focusing on all my creases on my face right now. So welcome to all of you to the campus here. This is one of our lecture theaters. So you know, this is a good experience for you, how we do our classes as well. But what I was actually basically introducing to everyone is the purpose of my talk today. And what I want to talk about is how can you use business to actually change the world and hopefully change the world for the better. Okay? So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Then I will talk a little bit about some of the programs that we offer. And then tell you a little bit about why I think Heriot-Watt is a unique place to actually do a business degree if you intend to change the world. Yeah? And there are certain things that we're doing here which is quite special. But before I do that, maybe let me spend a couple of minutes maybe just introducing myself to you, because some of you will say, no, why do you want to listen to you? Yeah? Who are you and all that? So my name is Fu, and I'm a trained accountant. So I trained as an accountant for a few years. So I've got about 10 years of industry experience. Before I realized that it's quite stressful and I was losing a lot of hair. And then I decided to change and came and actually started teaching about 25 years ago. Right? I enjoyed it, but I realized that I keep losing hair because it's now very challenging to actually deal with young people today, right? So they're really a challenging group, but I do enjoy it. Yeah. So I've been in accounting for a few years, in business, and then I was actually teaching accounting quite a lot. Also teaching entrepreneurship and other business subjects as well. So I've got a little bit of experience in industry, but I also have quite an extensive experience in education. Okay, so hopefully whatever I'm going to share with you will be useful for you to make a decision. So again, maybe just before I proceed, what stage are you in? I'm looking at the younger, we're all young here, right? But those that are younger today, what stage are you in? So you are currently, or you just finished? Okay, very excited, right? And then you?
I just finished foundation.
Foundation, yeah. Here?
No.
Okay, right. So you did but you know, so you are at a crossroads maybe. So what sort of programs do I want to take? And SPM is even more a crossroad, right? So what do I want to do? Okay. So okay, I'm going to sort of take into account that. So hopefully, yeah. So hopefully that just give you an introduction. So let me just start by telling you a little bit about Heriot-Watt, right? Before I go into business, actually Heriot-Watt is quite a unique university. And it has had a history of actually changing the world. right? So this year is a very important year for us because we are celebrating our bicentennial. This is 200 years of history, right? So Heriot-Watt University actually started out in 1821. Okay, and if you are there, I mean, you're not that old, but if you were living in that era, those years in that century, was a very unique century because it was where we are now embarking on the first industrial revolution, right? So if you don't know what the first industrial revolution was, the first industrial revolution saw the first emergence of steam engines. And steam engines were the thing that actually changed the way we were working, the way business was conducted to a completely new way. Prior to this, the way economic was actually carried out was actually farming and villages and stuff like that. So when steam engine came about, we now were able to do a lot more things beyond even our physical capability. All right? So that was the time that Heriot-Watt started. And Heriot-Watt started to actually meet the demands of education for those times. And it's called Heriot-Watt, right? So the half of that name come from this gentleman here, James Watt, who was one of the pioneer scientists during that period who were responsible for perfecting the steam engine during that period. So I want to share this story with you because I feel very proud that Heriot-Watt University was at the forefront of change starting in the late 19th century. And right now we are at the fourth industrial revolution where things like this are ubiquitous, right? So we are now again very excited because I'll tell you a bit later that we are now preparing people for the fourth industrial revolution as well. So that's something I wanted to share. So if you join Heriot-Watt, you realize you're part of a very, very prestigious history. Okay? So that's a little bit about Heriot-Watt. We are global university, right? So currently we have 3 main campuses. There are a few campuses in the UK, but our 3 main campuses are located in Edinburgh. Edinburgh is our mothership. All right? So we are basically, we started out as a Scottish university, but we are now becoming very much global, and we then opened up a university campus in Dubai, right? And then we came to Putrajaya, all right? So this campus has been around for a few years now, okay? And it's lovely, and you see that we're all in very, very beautiful areas as well. So we're actually quite a global university in itself. Okay, let me now quickly start into talking a little bit about business. Let me start by asking you a question, right? What is business to you? Maybe a couple of seconds to respond. What do you, those less younger ones don't respond because you may have been clouded by other things. But those young ones here, what do you think business is about? What have you heard business is about? Quick response, no right or wrong answer. Sorry, no prizes as well. I didn't have time to go and buy prizes. Quick one. Selling, making profits. I hear profits. Money, yep. So it's like people think now business is about making money, making profits and stuff like that, right? Which is not wrong, right? It is about making money. It is about making profits. But I want to really make the case for you, okay? If you do not already know, and if you know already, that's great. That is much more than that. Okay, business impacts our lives, right? And I used to tell stories to school kids that in the sense that if you stand here from your tip of your hair to the bottom of your toe and your feet, every element of you is impacted by business, right? So business impacts us quite a bit. So I want to go into the world of business, immerse yourself into the world of business, and see the changes that it has made, and tell you a little bit about the positive changes, tell you a little bit about the not so positive changes. All right? So let me give this is meant to be a participative thing. All right? So let me move to a place of business that I personally visited about 25, 30 years ago. I visited this place. So when I went there, I went there for the first time, and I saw a lot of bicycles there. I can only remember. So let me do a quick quiz again. Where do you think this place is? This was picture taken maybe 25, 30 years ago. Just gave a wild guess. Some of you will say that, oh, it's Old Klang Road or whatever. Old Klang Road, right, okay. This actually is a place in China called Shenzhen. Okay, so it could be Old Klang Road, right? It could be that one should be Federal Highway, you know, and stuff like that. But this was actually Shenzhen in China. Okay, and as I said, I went there 25, 30 years ago, and it was, I just vaguely remember that there was a lot of bicycles, not a lot of cars, you know, and a few buildings sparsely populated and all that stuff. But let me show you how Shenzhen looks like now. Okay, you can't see it very well, right? But this is Shenzhen today, or maybe not this year, but last year, right? So you see, wow, right? It's a metropolis. It's fantastic. There's probably very little bicycles now. There's more expensive cars going around, right? And what has transformed it? Okay, many things that would have transformed Shenzhen, but one of the key things is actually business, all right? And very specifically is technology business. Okay, Shenzhen has been argued to be the Silicon Valley of China. Okay, the equivalent of the Silicon Valley. You know, if you don't know the Silicon Valley is in America, in California, and this is where companies like Apple and Google and all that, they're there, right? So what has transformed Shenzhen is really business. Okay, it's becoming a booming area, and it's not just Shenzhen in China, but also other places in China. And you know, China is rising up at the moment. Let me give you another picture and take a guess where this is. Okay. This cannot be Kuala Lumpur, okay, because there's a river there. Someone says, oh, it's Penang. You know, maybe too high, the building. Okay? So if you can guess, this is New York. Okay, good. Okay, so you've been there? No. Right. You want to go there? Yeah, right. So you'll be there quite soon, don't worry. But that's New York. Okay, and New York's the center of business, well, for now, yeah? And you can see that there's a lot of development, very busy and all business. So there's a lot of businesses around. And you can see that when business is there, people flourish and there's a lot of people and all that. Those are all positives. You can say it's positive, depending on who you are. Some people will say that's negative. I would like to have calm and, you know, I would like to go into the jungle and all that. But some people look at this as progress, okay? And maybe one last place for you to guess where this is. It used to be a desert. It's all sand, but due to petroleum, right, and the money that petroleum comes, you find that it's now a flourishing oasis in the desert of United Arab Emirates. All right. So again, I wanted to show you this so that to bring you there. And this is the business, but this is impacting the whole physical nature of society as well. Okay. So let me move now to talk about the people in business. Okay, so I've looked at the places. Now let's have a look at business people. Let me try and ask you to guess who this one is. This is not a commercial for toothpaste, but do you know who this is? Can you give me the name of this person? Can you recognize him by the teeth? Right? So, okay, so if you recognize this person, right? Okay, so you know him, and of course he's Tony Fernandez, and he founded Air Asia and all that. But why I brought him in is because, well, Air Asia is having a challenging time right now because, as you know, airline business is, you know, having a difficult time. He's not doing very well, but he's also been trying to be innovative. He's going into different places. Now he's also becoming like a Grab person, and, you know, sending stuff. Kudos to him because he's adapting and all that. Why I brought him in as an example is because when he started Air Asia, right? So what did he want to do besides making a lot of money is that he wanted to ensure that everyone can fly. Yeah, so he opened it up. It was a significant thing, right? Before Air Asia, those budget air travel wasn't really a thing. But after that, it became almost the #1 budget airline in the world, and he made everyone was able to fly. And it was so easy to come from neighboring countries and so cheap and all that. So can you see that why I brought Tony Fernandez in was to give an example of someone who wanted to change the way we were traveling by air, and he used business to do it. All right, and he was a trained accountant. He's a chartered accountant and trained as an accountant as well. So I want to give you this example. I want to give you another example. Can you recognize this person? No prize for guessing it right. But this person also wanted to change the way our lives were conducted, and he managed to change it. And if you travel anywhere today, you will see his brand everywhere. So who knows who is he? The challenge is who is he, not what company he's from. Right? So he's Anthony Tan, okay? And he's the founder of Grab. Okay? So yeah, so great. So he is the story is that he actually comes from a privileged background. He studied in Harvard, so he also has a business background. And but challenge at one point in his career, the challenge was given to him to actually transform the transportation industry in Malaysia, all right? Because at that time, many years ago, so those of you who are around, you realize that taking a taxi was a horrible experience, right? So that's why I never took the taxi. And you go in there, you don't talk about pandemic at those times. Getting into a taxi is a health risk, right? So he transformed the whole taxi industry, right? And he transformed it by introducing Grab, and you can order it from your convenience of your mobile phone and everything. Yeah. So again, I wanted to bring Anthony Tan here because he again wanted to transform the way we live, and he uses business to do it. Right? So I just give you these examples of how business have been positively transforming our world and the people behind it. And you could be one of them as well. All right. So I've given you some. Let me give you a few more examples about the good of business. Okay. Now again, let me do a little bit of quiz here, and you can see this logo. All right. Can you recognize the brand from the logo? Yeah, so if you have traveled, okay, again, Airbnb probably is not doing well now, but prior to the pandemic, you're right, Airbnb transformed the hotel travel industry. They could actually behave like a hotel without investing a single cent on properties. All right, and you can go in and you can, again, it's relatively cheap, and there are security features and all that, and you can book right through an app on your phone. I've already talked about, so Airbnb. You recognize this brand? I've already talked about it. Yeah? So I already talked about Grab. Grab has transformed the way we travel within a short distance. But Grab has also transformed now, and it has actually helped us a lot during the pandemic, right? In terms of food delivery, in terms of other delivery as well. Okay, so it has actually helped a lot during this pandemic period as well. So it's actually improving our lives as well. Okay, but I want to tell you that there are ugly sides to business, right? And I'll give you one example of that. Okay, one example is that I do shopping a lot, and I do shopping, unfortunately, in supermarkets. Okay, so it's not unlike something like this. And every weekend I go shopping in the supermarkets, and I use a trolley to push on and put all my stuff in there. Right? So at the end of that, I have all my stuff piled up, and then I was amazed one day to see that every single thing that I had on that trolley had a bag in it. All right? So everything is packed in plastic bags now, and Malaysia are very good at it. You go for, especially during the pandemic when you had a lot of delivery, right? Every time you order from Grab, just count the number of plastics that has been used. All right? So that's all been, in every business now, the packaging is in plastics. Okay, and the question is why? Because it's durable, okay, and it's it's safe, it's durable, it's cheap, and all that stuff. It's convenient, so we use it. Yeah, and customer demands it, so we know we use it. But you realize, of course, that there are negative impacts on the world through the use of these plastics. All right. Now, unfortunately, due to technical issue, I really can't play the video. I have a short video, and if you want, you can actually download that video from YouTube. But essentially, if you watch this video, it talks about the fact that the plastics we are throwing the plastics away. It can't be recycled, or we are not recycling it, and it ends up in oceans, and then it will drift back to countries and villages across the world. Right, and it's impacting countries like India. This video shows a scene where plastics are being washed ashore in the coastlines of India, right? And people have had to pick it up. Okay, now that's just an inconvenience. What's even worse is that these plastics are being eaten by fish, sea creatures, the turtles and everything. and these animals are dying because of that. All right? And if they are dying, then it affects our food chain, it affects our ecosystem as well. So there are negative effects of business, and these are all because of business. Business are using it. All right? So let me now finally just arrive at the conclusion that I was trying to argue. All right, what is business at the end of the day? Is it all about making money? And this is my own perspective of it. You don't have to agree, but my perspective is that business has a great potential, right? We can and we should use it to improve our lives, and there are many people who are doing that. Okay, and if you go into business, if you use business knowledge and skills and all that to positive ways, you will be able to change by improving people's lives. How will you go about doing that, right? You can't do it alone. So people who go into business are business leaders normally, right? Each one of them, whether they are at the level of Tony Fernandez or Anthony Tan or whoever, right, men or women, yeah, or they are at a lower level, business people are leaders, okay, because they are changing the world. Yeah? Yes, it has to make money, not because it's the end, right? But it's because to sustain that business, right? So Grab has to make money to sustain the services that it's providing. AirAsia had to make money from its low-cost model because it has to sustain it. Right now, they can't make money because it can't travel. So he's finding ways to actually sustain it. Yeah, so making money is important, not because it's an end that you will search for, but it's a means to an end, right? So that's my message to you. Now, taking into account this message, I want to now talk a little bit about business education, all right? And how I think you should pursue business education with taking into account that it is to improve lives, right? So, so business education, right? So you guys, so you are thinking of doing a pre-university course of some kind because you want to go into a university program. You are at a crossroads because you've done your pre-university and you want now to select an appropriate university education. So you will spend a few years in a university life. Normally, it will take about 3 years. Pre-university will take you normally about a year. For business, you don't need to do anything more than a year. Okay, and then after that, you come out, and depending on what area of business that you do, whether it's an accounting, which is a profession, then you need to do some professional qualification. But if you don't want to do a professional qualification, you can then go out and join companies. There are also young people today that come out and start up their own business. All right? So that's your progression normally. This is a traditional progression. Don't talk about people like Steve Jobs who quit university and come out and start a business and everything, which is all fantastic and very romantic and everything. But there are only so many Steve Jobs around, right? So most of us will be, following this traditional pathway. Now, you all should know this already, but what I wanted to share with you is what do you need to search for in your business education, right? I'll give you 3 things that you should look for. Okay, one is this thing about knowing, the other one is doing, the other one is being. All right, so let me quickly go into it. Knowing means that acquiring business knowledge, how to do accounting, how to do marketing, how to do managing, how to do computing, all that stuff, right? So it's about acquiring knowledge. Now, acquiring knowledge, you can now read from the book. Better still, you can Google everything on earth. All right, you can go to YouTube and watch a YouTube video on anything from fixing an egg, frying an egg, to making a bomb. Right? So, so you can actually do that, acquiring knowledge, right? That's not difficult to do, okay? But acquiring knowledge is not enough. You have to know how to apply that knowledge, yeah? So how do you learn that in university education is that we give you case studies, we give you projects to do, assignments to do, so you learn how to apply them, all right? So those are normally you'll find in universities, and that's no big deal. But the third one, which is the thing that I really want to talk a little bit more about, is the being part. Okay? Why is that? So what is being? Being means knowing who you are, right? What's your purpose in life? Knowing to be how to interact with people, be empathetic to people, having emotional intelligence, being grateful for everything that happens to you, being resilient. Those are being. Those are character. Okay? Attitude. Right? And that's very, very important. Okay? Okay? Do not be susceptible to pressures from peers and all that, right? Because you need to do, knowing what is right and what is wrong, right? That's being, okay? And being is very important. Why? Because as I told you just now, business can have a positive or a negative impact on our lives. So if you know how, please come in, yeah. Hi. Please have a seat. So if you just know the knowledge, if you acquire the knowledge and the skills, but don't know how to apply the knowledge and skills, that's where the danger comes in business. All right? So being, to me, is one of the most important elements of university education, but the most challenging to acquire. And before I end later on afterwards, I'll tell you how Heriot-Watt is dealing with it, and is purposefully dealing with it. Okay? So that's the three things that you should search for. Let me quickly just touch on the knowing and doing part, and just explain to you a little bit if you're not quite sure what area of business can I venture into. Okay? Let me just give you a few simple examples. Right? The thing that most people will tell you is that when you want to go into business or start up your own company, they always say, I need money. All right? I need capital. Okay? So where can you get the money from? Legally. Right? So there are normally two sources of where you get the money from. Either you borrow it from the bank or from other people, yeah, or you get it from your own savings. Don't borrow it from your parents, because this should be the last thing you do. You know, you should always go and get it from either your own savings or you get partners in. Right? Now, these two groups are called either debt or equity. Right? So equity is from your own funds or people you know or your shareholders or whatever, and debt is to borrow money. So the big question is that how much do you borrow and how much do you use in savings? Right? The intuitive thing for you, most of you will say that don't borrow. Yeah? But the beauty of borrowing is that if you have very little money, you can gear up yourself to do a bigger thing if you can borrow. Right? So borrowing allows you to scale up, as it were. But of course, borrowing comes with risk. Yeah? So these are the things that will be on your mind. Right? So all these things you will learn in a course called finance. Right? So in finance, you talk about the different types of capital, the sources of capital, the intermediaries, the institutions that provide these capitals, what are the risks of all these capitals, and how do you manage those risks. Hi, come in. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. Please. I'll stay a bit away from you because I don't have a mask on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, anywhere. Cameraman, okay, huh? Okay, so I'm mindful, sorry, because they are actually broadcasting this on social media, right? So, but don't worry, they won't show your face, they only show mine. And what was I talking about? That's all I'm talking about finance, right? So finance is really about money and where do you source money, and then especially now during the COVID-19 pandemic, you realize one of the greatest challenges of businesses is how to manage money. Right? Businesses fail because they don't have enough money. There's no cash inflow coming in, right? So how are they going to pay salaries and all that? Yeah? So cash flow management is another thing that you study in finance as well. Okay? So that's one area of business that you can go into. The other area of business is now you've got a capital, and you know what products and services to sell, right? How do you sell it? Okay? And how do you know what products and services to provide? Okay, it shouldn't be from your own dreams or, okay, I dreamt up of a product one day and I think everybody would love it, and you set up a business and sell it, but nobody buys it. All right? So you've got to understand the consumer as well. Understand what they need, where they need it, when they need it, right? And how they need it as well. So those are come under marketing. Okay? So you can study business by focusing on marketing, right? How do you so marketing is not about selling. Marketing is not just about selling. Marketing is also understanding the consumer, how to brand yourself, how to convey the message of your brand to others as well. So that's marketing. And the other area, which is my own area, which is accounting. What is accounting? Right? Accounting is really about providing a report card, literally a report card every month, every year, to people who are interested in how you are doing. right? So the report card will show, oh, you are scoring in different areas, but certain areas you are failing it, right? So what do you do if you have a certain area that you are failing? How do you improve an F to a B or to a A? So that's what an accountant does, right? So accountant provides that report card and to let you, discuss with you and work with the leaders, business leaders, to see how you can improve your report card, all right? And traditionally, that report card is all in numbers. But let me tell you, if you are interested to become an accountant today, it's not that easy anymore. Accountants are not just numbers people, they need to provide non-financial information as well. Things like, for example, customer satisfaction, the environment, culture of the company and all that, right? Because the responsibility of an accountant is now greater, right? Because there's an issue of sustainability as well, okay? So that's accounting. And a last example that I want to provide, and perhaps the most challenging and the most difficult, is that you can't run a business on your own, right? I challenge you, if you can find a business that people just sit and run on their own, you come in me and I'll do whatever you want, yeah? No successful business can run on its own, okay? You need to have a team. And when you have a team, the challenge is that so if there are a team of 4 people, right? Each one of them, even in a family, I think, they think differently, right? And they have different goals, they have different needs, different motivation, right? But you now are in the same company, same business with one goal, which is to improve lives through selling a product. Now, how are you getting all these people to work together, right? And how are you going to recruit more people in? And how are you going to organize the way they are working? So all these come under human resource management, right? So you how to deal with motivating people. So it's really about people, okay? And you study that in business as well. We call it human resource management, yeah? So that's another big area. Okay, so let me finish and then we'll have some Q&A, right? So now let me tell you a little bit about the programs that we offer, right? Just a quick one is that we do have a suite of accounting and finance programs, right? Which deals with accounting and finance, as I mentioned just now. Okay. Now, interestingly, if you look at it, some of you are thinking, now this is called an MA. It's a Masters of Arts, right? But let me assure you, don't worry, some of you will be from foundation and you say, huh? I just got out of foundation and you want me to do a master's, right? But let me just qualify that by saying that this Masters of Arts is an undergraduate program, all right? It's just that in Heriot-Watt, because Heriot-Watt is actually an ancient university, 200 years old, right? And during that time, we were given the permission to actually grant undergraduate degrees called Masters of Arts. All right? This is a recognition of the prestige and the quality of our undergraduate degrees, but they are not a master's level. We do have master's level degrees called Masters of Science, which you need an MA or a bachelor's to actually do. All right? So don't panic first, huh? So we have accounting. We also have business-focused degrees, right? So our flagship business degrees is our international business management degrees. All right, and in that we cover things like human resource management. Enterprise is about starting up a business. Marketing, as I said just now, is understanding consumer behaviors and how to brand your products. All right, we also have a more flexible program called business administration as well. And maybe just to add on one more, we actually have a Bachelor of Science in Psychology with Management. Now, why I mention this for a business program is because I feel that if you want to go into business today, having a psychology degree actually is quite helpful. Why? Because business is about dealing with people. And if you are an expert in how people behave, it's easier for you to deal with people, right? So we do have an undergraduate BSc Honours in Psychology with a focus on management that you can actually do, and many of our graduates come out, become business professionals, become business leaders, become human resource professionals as well. All right, so one more thing, I'm almost at the end here. So all these things that I was mentioning to you focuses on knowledge and the knowledge, the knowing and the doing, the skills, right? So remember I told you just now, the most important thing is being. How to behave, knowing what's right or wrong, being resilient, being grateful, empathetic, and all that, emotional intelligence. So how do we ensure that you acquire that? Well, we have this program called Empower. All right? Empower is a compulsory program that all our undergraduate university students go through. All right? And the flagship of that Empower program is this idea of building resilience, building people who are resilient, who are happy. Happy doesn't mean you're always smiling. Right? Happy means that you go through the challenge of life, of the struggles of daily life, which every one of us go through with strength. All right? And you're able to go through it, all right, and be resilient, be grateful, being emotionally strong. All right? And how we do it is that each one of our students, we ask them to try and find their purpose. Right? So purpose is very important and central to our way of teaching in Heriot-Watt. Every one of us, including the staff, are asked to actually discover their purpose in life. Once you have a purpose, once you find meaning in your life, then everything else becomes quite easy. Right? I'm not saying that it's not going to be a struggle, but it will be easier to overcome the struggle. So that's part of what we do at Heriot-Watt, which is quite unique. And to support that, we have things like teaching you how to become a leader, asking you to participate in projects, competition, and stuff like that. Teaching you business skills. We try and help you to start up your own business, right? Wherever for those who are interested in, critical thinking, and also working with a lot of corporates in terms of employability skills. So that's all part of the Empower program. And when you graduate, you are potentially able to graduate with 2 certificates. One, the academic certificate. The other one is a transcript which tells you what have you done, right? Your purpose, your impact, right, that you want to do. Trying to end now is that one other thing which is quite unique for Heriot-Watt, which I think most universities have a challenge in doing because we are global. So those who came in, we have campuses in Dubai, in Putrajaya here, and in Edinburgh. And the way we teach our program is we are synced as one global university. All right? Everything that we teach on a week-to-week basis is identical. Okay? And our lecturing team work as a global team. So when I teach a subject in audit, I'm working with colleagues in Dubai and colleagues in Edinburgh, and we are working on the slides, we're working on the exercises together. Right? So everything is matched on a week-by-week basis. So as a result of that, if you graduate or you finish a semester in Malaysia, in Putrajaya, right, you can very, very easily go and transfer to any other campuses that you like. All right? So we call this the Grow Global, and you are free to go around, okay, in other campuses. Right. So so that was my message, right? So my little talk here. Let me summarize, and then we'll open up for some discussions, questions. So I start out by saying that I think business is more than making money. So if you want to come into and study business, what I'm trying to tell you is that don't just have a perception that, it's about making money, right? Why are you making money? And I think business has the potential to improve lives, right? So if you want to improve lives, you want to make an impact in the world, doing a business degree could be a good option for you. Of course, you can do it with others as well, but I think business, because of the pervasiveness of business, you will find that it's good. It's good to study business as well. So I've talked about how you can do it, right? In terms of the programs, and remember the 3 things. If you don't remember anything, just knowing the 3 things is very important. Business education, get the knowing part, the doing part, but most importantly, how to become a good person, right? That's also the most important part. Okay, and the third thing that I said just now was that Heriot-Watt is a unique place by which the focus is not just on the knowing and doing, which we are strong in that as well, but we give you that additional being, finding the purpose, who you are, and all that. So that was the thing that I wanted to just share with you, right? So any questions from the floor? Maybe I'll go to the floor first, because these are brave people that come to the campus. So any questions from you? If not, and then I'll go to the online ones. Yes, sir.
What's the advantage of taking this international business see in other universities, they do it separately, business separately, then human resource separately.
Right.
Here you have a combination.
Yes, because we embed everything. Actually, by the time, okay, so which, so I suppose, let me just do a wild guess, right? So both of you want to study, lah, right? So this 2% here, they already studied enough, already. So what level are you in? So you just done your SPM and very excited, lah. You're just counting the A's that you're going to get, right? Yeah. So you got SPM now, and so you're going to venture, and you probably need to do a foundation first, and then only do the degree, right? So you probably join the degree sometime in 2022, next year or something. So during that time, so we have one degree, international business management, right? And in there, you will be able to do all these things like human resource, marketing, enterprise, starting up a business. So we put it all into one. I think your question is that some people do separately, right? Okay, so it's no right or wrong. So they can do it separately if they want to, yeah. But I find that to me is that at this level, at the undergraduate level, there's not really a need to specialize so much, right? I think being a generalist is not a bad thing, yeah. Knowing a little bit, because you're also trying, at this age, you're also not very clear on what you want to do. I'll give you another example, right? Some of us think that doing accounting is good as well, right? And doing a specialist, just now I showed you we have an accounting and finance. But some of my students is that they want to do accounting, but they may not want to become an accountant. All right? So is it wrong for them to do accounting and not become an accountant later? And I tell them there's nothing wrong with that. And is it useful? Yes, it's useful. Right? Knowing an accounting degree is very important to running a business. By the way, people like Tony Fernandez, he's a trained accountant, right? So being a trained accountant doesn't mean you are not going to be good in business, okay? Not the accountants today anyway. So this is my perception, and you may disagree with me, but I think that at this level, there's no really necessity to specialize so much, right? As long as because most generic business degrees will cover things like human resource, marketing, and entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship now is, because the assumption is, because of the nature of business today, many startups, many SMEs are growing. So most business degree programs would have components of entrepreneurship in there as well. So that's my thought. That's what we are doing at Heriot-Watt. But it's no right or wrong. Right? And if you feel that you want to specialize, there's nothing wrong with that. Right? But I guess I'm just saying that at this level, it would be great if you know exactly what you want to do. Right? So some people wake up every day and say, I want to become an accountant. Right? Since I was 2 years old, I want to become an accountant already, you know. Oh, those fantastic, so you study accounting. Right? But those of you who don't know, I'm not quite sure what I want to do, then to me, any business will be fine. Why I would ask people if you are numeric, okay, so this is just an expansion of your question. So just in case you are asking, is that who would want to take an accounting degree and who want to take a business generic degree? So those who take accounting degree should be very much more comfortable with numbers, right? So if any of you, let's say you're strong in your maths and everything, strong in your maths now, doesn't have to be advanced maths, right? Then if you say you want to become accounting, you want to study accounting, I say, yeah, go for it. All right, because accounting requires you to be numeric, okay? Not those people who see numbers, they get rashes. Then don't go to accounting, yeah? Then I would say that maybe you try generic business degree, yeah? There's nothing wrong with that. Do you mean that you won't become as successful? No, right? Because I always believe that programs that you take is like doors like two doors here, right? Right? You might say that it's different door. This one is the right-hand side. This one is the left-hand door. Yeah? But you go out, it's the same place, ma. You just go out to the same corridor. And what happens in that corridor depends on you, not which door you come out with, right? Okay, so that's my thoughts on this. But thanks for the question. Right, so maybe, Okay. This one? Why is the bachelor's degree awarded MA? Is it a higher? Okay, so I think I've answered the question just now, but just to repeat the answer to that is that it is not a higher bachelor, right? So our degrees are called MA because of the history, because of the fact that we are from United Kingdom, and certain universities in the United Kingdom who are what we call ancient in a good way, like ancient universities, right? Like the Cambridges, the Oxford of the world. Those universities were given the privilege to actually call their undergraduate degrees Masters of Arts. Is it higher? No. Is it, is a bachelor lower? No. All right? It's the same, okay? The thing that you go through, the learning is the same, except the naming. It's a naming tradition, right? So I hope that answers the question. Can I do a business degree if I study foundation in science? You can do any foundation you want, and we will still take you in business degree most of the time, unless you do those vocational one, arts, for example, painting foundation. Then it's difficult, So if you do a science foundation, you can come to business as well, right? The only thing just want to qualify is that if you want to do an accounting. If you want to do accounting and finance at Heriot-Watt, you need to actually do well in your SPM maths, right? So we need a minimum of B in your SPM maths, okay? But otherwise, you can do science and come to business. I especially like science student who wants to do accounting. You know why? Because science students, you have the discipline of being analytical. That's what I hope, So in your SPM, you can know how to come up with hypotheses and do more research and all that, right? So all these skills are important in doing accounting, because accounting is also about analyzing data. All right. So to answer to the question, you can come from anywhere. What's the difference between accounting and finance? Okay, I've tried to explain that, but let me give you another example of the difference between finance and accounting that I always tell students, but this may change already. So how many of you have gone to concerts before? Right? So you've gone to concerts, right? You go to concerts, you're an audience there, and you see the stage, right? And you see all the performers on stage, right? Concert or a show, right? So these performers, and they're always jumping around, the singers, whoever, the band, whatever, they're all very prominent. Yeah? But behind the scenes, there are also a lot of people working to make your concert experience a good one, right? The lighting, the raising of the curtain, the backdrop, if you've gone through those musical, right? So there's a lot of people at the back end doing a lot of hard work, whereas the front end is the people who are, very high profile and glamorous, right? So finance used to be the run in front. Yeah, because you see, normally you want money, you go to the banker, and you meet the finance people. Okay, so finance is more about money and financing and capital and sources of money. Whereas accountants used to be at the back room. You don't see accountants traditionally very much at the back room. Why? Because they are processing the numbers, coming out reports for you, so showing you the report card and see how you're doing. They work mainly at the back end. Yeah, so that's another difference between finance and accounting. But again, accounting has changed. All right, accountants today are not so much backroom people. You see them more now, right? Because accountants, because the traditional role of an accountant, preparing reports and everything, can now be done through this device. Literally, there's now an app that you can upload, do all your bookkeeping for you. Okay, you can Google it. It's called Xero with an X, Xero. Yeah, so you can actually do it. It can generate report for you. So what the accountants do now is they actually analyze the report and give you advice on what you should do, how to improve your performance. Yeah, so they are more strategic in nature now. So I hope that explains it in terms of the difference between finance. So let me just summarize. Finance is more about funding, right, and knowing where to get funds with the appropriate funding, whereas accounting is more about providing information for decision making. Okay, which professional paper is better? This is a very politically, very political question. Yeah, the quick answer to that is that there's no one better, no one worse. Yeah, if you are in accounting, if you want to do ACCA, ICAW, CPA, CIMA, I said go for it. If you are good enough, do all of them. Yeah, but I would say just don't waste your time, because every one of them that you join, they are professional bodies. You have to pay annual subscription, right? So unless you want to, you have so much money to pay subscription, then you can join any of them. So to me, is that they are no better, no worse, all right? But there are perceptions. All right, some people perceive one of them to be more prestigious. Some people perceive, they are more, they are more exclusive. That's because they have different entry requirements. Yeah. So, for example, ICAW may have a stricter entry requirement, but ICAW have very small number of members in Malaysia. Right? They are the smallest, one of the smallest, and then ACCA and CPA Australia is quite large in terms of numbers. So it's up to you. Maybe some of you want to join a smaller professional body, right? Or some of you would like to join a bigger professional body. There are pros and cons. Yeah? But in terms of quality, they are all the same. In terms of recognition, they are all the same. Okay? So let me assure you that. I'm a CPA Australia member. Okay? And CPA is CPA Australia, from Australia. So just pick one. So my advice, if you're doing accounting, just pick one professional body and just go for it. There's no right or wrong. Yeah. How does business impact one being found on website Positive Education? Can you elaborate on what is that? Okay. So positive education. Some people will say, there's such a thing, maybe, or negative education, is it? Yeah. So positive education is not to say that the other education are negative, right? Positive education means that we want to accentuate and focus on all the positive attributes that you should develop in your life, right? What are the positive attributes? Positive attributes means that, things, for example, resilient. One of the things that I always talk about, and the most challenging, is resilience. Resilience is about your life that you go through. There's no person's life, whether you are, I can tell you what, whether you are a road sweeper, sweeping roads, to a royalty, right? So you heard Meghan Markle. She gone on TV to say how horrible her life is, right? If you go to a street sweeper, compare your horribleness with their horribleness, which is more horrible, right? But the thing that I'm looking at is that at every level of everyone's life, you will face struggles, and all your struggles are valid. Yeah. But the question is how to overcome struggles. So there's no life that you go through. Some people say, I earn as much money as I can, and I'm going to be happy forever, happy ever after, and I don't have to suffer. Every one of us suffer. Right? So it's only different degrees of suffering. But how do you overcome that? How do you go on your daily struggles? Right? And that's called resilience. And that's part of the component of positive education. And that's part of the component of being, knowing the being part. Right? And we try to help our students to discover that. That's what positive education is. And I'll give you one example. So how to become more resilient? The research has shown that one of the things that you must have is that you must have meaning in life, right? And if you have found your meaning in life, you will overcome these struggles. And I'll give you one story that has affected me. It's my personal story, and I'll share this personal story with you, right? So I come from a small family of two, okay? And my parents, my dad passed away when I was 7 years old. Yeah, so my dad is a businessman, and my mom is educated, not educated lah. Basically, she's uneducated, so she has no knowledge, no skills, right? But at 7 years old, when I think at that time she was maybe 30s, she lost her husband, and she had 2 children to take care of, right? She's 30-something, okay, and alone in Ipoh at that time. Right? And she came down to KL with her brothers and sisters here, right? But she has no skill, right? 2 kids, just about going to school. Okay, is that a struggle? I'll tell you that you cannot face any more challenging struggle than that, right? Now, what will you do? Some people will give up, right? I just lost my husband, and I don't know what to do. I can't do anything. I don't have any skill. I can't, find a job. Who want to hire me? I don't have a qualification, right? But and I have 2 kids to fend for, right? If I'm my mother, I would have given up, right? But she continued. I'm here, right? Okay, and I got a PhD. Okay, how did she do that? She went on. It struggled every day. She struggled, right? She went and washed clothes. She went to iron clothes. Sew clothes. That's about only jobs she could get. And it's tough. It's 12 hours a day. And now her hands are a bit, because of arthritis and everything, right? She's crooked hands because of the amount of washing she did. She looked after babies, right? And let me tell you, looking after babies is the most challenging thing to do. Yeah? It was a struggle. If I were her, I would hate waking up in the morning. But let me just tell you, for 20, 30 years of my life as a young person, she never complained. Why? So why? I never knew why until I came to Heriot-Watt University and learned about purpose, right? Because I realized that she had one purpose. And that one purpose is 2%. To bring up the 2%, make sure that they are educated and fend for themselves. And after that, she's happy now, right? Of course, she doesn't have to work now. So that's that. I tell this story to my students when we talk about purpose and the importance of purpose. And that's what we do here as positive education. We don't day out talk about accounting, right? So there are a lot of time when we talk about sitting down and asking you, what's your purpose? Who are you? So someone will say, what? So deep one, You come to Heriot-Watt, ask me who I am, right? Yes. To find your purpose, you start with who you are. Yeah? Some people will say, I want to find my purpose, so I travel the world. Yeah? If you ask those people who do that, they all come back to the same place. All they did was they found themselves. All right? And then they found their purpose. So we always start by asking you who you are. Okay? What are your values? What is important to you? And from there, we try to help you discover your purpose. I found my purpose when I was 40 plus years. But in Heriot-Watt, you have a chance to find your purpose when you are in your late teens or early 20s. Right? So that's what positive education is about. For those who are still deciding to start own business or work in corporate world, is there any difference in selecting which business major? Thanks. Like I said, whoever that question, I said, to me, there's no difference in, right? The business major you should select should be based on your strengths, right? And at this point in your life, what's your strength? So you go and choose that based on your strength, okay? And please remember that will change, yeah? And I was telling people today, because you are at a crossroads, and maybe it's peer pressure, maybe it is the society that we are in, right? It seems like we are putting a lot of pressure on you all to decide on the right degree to do. If you pick a wrong degree, you die. Okay? Your future is gone. Okay? Let me tell you, I went to accounting by accident. Let me just tell you this. I went to accounting by accident. Why did I choose accounting? I followed my friend. Literally. Let me just tell you that. Right? I don't know. I just buta. I just walk into this office, and they were hiring audit clerks. So I went up there and applied for a job. I just want a job. What is an audit clerk? I don't know. Right? So, but then I ended up doing my professional exams and passing in, and now I did my accounting stint, okay? But I enjoy teaching accounting. So what I want to tell you is it doesn't really matter. Just at this point in your life, what is it that you are interested in? If you're not quite sure, do a generic thing, and you will be sure when you find your purpose. And hopefully you will do that when you come first year in Heriot-Watt. All right? And then you finish your degree and you may change. Yeah, you may want to start your business, you may want to join corporate first. That's life. Life is just, sometimes it is about going with the flow, yes, but prepare yourself to the flow. Yeah? Don't just flow, walk aimlessly around. But at each point in your life, you make a decision to how to move with the flow. But sometimes you just have to go with the flow. So to me, I don't know, it's really about your interests. So if you are more numbers focused, I would say do an accounting degree. If you are not so numbers focused, I would ask you to do a generic business degree. Yeah? If you're more interested in dealing with people, I would say do a psychology management. Yeah? and for that matter, right, so I'm talking about business because I'm from business. For that matter, you could be very interested in science and you want to do engineering. Then go for it. Are you stuck to become an engineer once you study engineering? No. Right? And I know a lot of business people who are engineers before that. Okay? That to me, right? So at this point in your life, you just make a decision based on what you think is, okay? Maybe your parents will whisper, whisper, whisper. Some whispers are louder than, but you just listen, but you always try and look for what's in you. Yeah? So that's what I would say. Oh, okay. So, all right. So it's 1 minute or 2 minutes past 1. Any last questions from the floor here? Yeah.
I mean, given the current pandemic situation,
Yeah.
I think campus education is very important.
Yeah.
So how do you handle that?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'll just do that, and then we'll end. And then if there are any other questions, I'll be outside, and because I think we may need the space. Do we? Oh, okay. So we can. All right. So you're right? So you come to university because of campus life. All right. I get that. Okay, and we get that. And we understand that. But we are not in a situation of our own doing, right? It is largely beyond our control. So let me just tell you right now, there's no classes on campus for us. Why? Because the ministry has not allowed classes on campus in general. They are allowed for certain groups of students, just those who are doing experiments and stuff like that, where it's absolutely essential to come on campus. Then we are fine. But those who can do online, we are still doing online. The moment the ministry say giving us a green light, right? We will make a decision, all right? And our priority is absolutely right. We want students on campus. I want to come on campus because I hate looking at a monitor. So let me just tell you the experience we go through as teachers, lecturers. So all we see is this laptop, right? So I'm teaching there. Just imagine teaching accounting in this little 13-inch laptop. And the awesome thing is that I don't see anybody because everyone switch off the camera, okay? Because you are shy, because you just woke up from your room and you're all, disheveled and you don't want people to see you. So that's all. Now, I've got mental health issues, yeah? So that, again, the point I'm trying to make is that we all want to come back on campus. We understand the campus thing. But we are not allowed to do that. Okay, so how do we overcome this? Is that we have a technique or a model called responsive blended learning. And essentially what that is that we try our best to adapt as much as it. Whenever you can come on campus, we will have a hybrid. We will have big classrooms like this online, but small classes on campus, right? Whenever we can. Whenever we are doing online, now let me just also clarify, there are various versions of online. Now, online does not mean that you just watch a video. Yeah? So I'm sure you've heard of things like Coursera, the MOOCs, right? Massive open online courses and all that, where you just sit there and you watch a video, and then you read the text from the online. There's no interaction. Yeah? But ours is not no interaction. We do have live classes online. We try as much to interact as much as we can. So we always ask the students to switch on the camera but we can't force them, huh? So we encourage them because we want to see your eyeball. We want to see you sleeping, and things like that. So, but we've also learned a lot of new skills. So lecturers are learning and trying to adapt because we are also learning a lot of different technologies to engage. So there is a lot of software that we are trying to use to engage, asking you to do quizzes, online quizzes and all that. So day in, day out, we are quite stressed actually, the teaching team, because we are working extra hard to engage, right? So please, we are not doing, things like, WhatsApp your homework to us and stuff like that, right? So a lot of things we are trying to replace the campus experience through online. Another example of this is that we are also now encouraging our students to join competitions. But corporates are still organizing business competitions, but they are all online. But we are trying to support them. I just had yesterday, or the day before, we had one group of students. We have 2 teams now going into the semi-finals of the HSBC business competition. So we're trying to support them as well. So we're trying as best as we can to give the students a campus experience that is grounded on technology and an online environment. But we're not doing an online course. So let me assure you, we don't do online courses. You just go and watch a video, we will all be, there's no lecturer there. Okay? The timetable still goes on. So we still have timetable. Your accounting class is from this time to this time, is fixed. And your tutorial class is on this day at this time. Yeah? So those are all still there. The only thing is you don't come to campus. And we're doing that because of your own safety. Right? And the last thing we want is to have an outbreak here. So we're very concerned. But students are allowed to come on campus if they can't access their computer. So we do allow them. So there are some students in the library. Right? So if let's say internet connection is not so good in your house, you can apply and say, I want to come to campus on these days to study or use the internet or whatever.
So any group discussions allowed?
There are SOPs to follow right? So they are detailed. You can't be too close together. So all these things are still there, and we have meeting rooms, but the SOPs are still, right? So we still don't encourage them to mask all the time. Okay? So we have strict SOPs. Like I said, right? The last thing we want is to have an outbreak here. That's the last thing we want. Yeah. So our decision has always been to ensure. Yeah. So you have a question? Yeah. Okay. Right. So I think that's all then. Thank you all so much for coming, and I wish you well. You're waiting for a result, is it? Okay, waiting for a result? Right, good. Right, I'm sure it'll be fantastic, right? But whatever that result is good result. Whatever your result is, it will be a good result. And just make a decision based on what that result is. And whatever that result is, there's always a decision. Yeah, so that's my advice to both of you. And foundation, hopefully to see you here. Right? Yeah. But all the best to you. Okay? And those at home as well. All the best. Take care. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
the level. go. Okay. Great. Well, hello everybody, and thank you for joining me on this Saturday afternoon. For those of you who've made it to campus in person, welcome. And we have a number of people watching online through our live stream on our social media channels. So welcome to all of you. I'm going to actually take this off just so that you can see my lips and you can hear me a little bit more clearly. And I'm a long way away, so we're all maintaining social distancing to be safe. As you see on the first slide, my name is Deborah Hall. I am head of psychology here at Heriot-Watt Malaysia. I joined last month, actually, so I'm relatively new. I came from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia. But I've been a psychologist for more than 30 years. I graduated in the UK. And what I want to do today is to share with you some of my passion for psychology and to tell you a little bit about the subject and about how we teach psychology at Heriot-Watt. And then I know that we have some question channel open, so you can post questions to me as we're going along or at the end, and I'll try and address them all at the end. So the word psychology comes from Greek. It's made up of two words, psyche, meaning life, and logos, meaning explanation. So it's the explanation of life. And psychology as we know it nowadays is the study of the mind and the behaviour. Nowadays, particularly after the COVID pandemic and the rise that we see in the increase of mental health difficulties, sense of social isolation, there's a lot more interest in psychology from that perspective. We see it mentioned a lot in the media, and really psychology is part of our everyday lives. It's all around us. And we see that many more students in Malaysia are becoming interested in studying psychology at degree level, and that's a good thing. So I want to just give you an overview of what I'm going to cover in my presentation today. I'm going to start off just telling you about how psychology started and how it's evolved as a scientific discipline. Then I'm going to tell you about the program details of our undergraduate programs here at Heriot-Watt Malaysia. We have 2 degree programs in psychology and psychology with management. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we've responded to the pandemic and our responsive blended learning approach, how our programs are unique and distinctive, and then I'm just going to talk to you at the end about some of the more transferable skills that you would gain as a graduate in psychology, sharing with you some of our student experiences and that all-important question as a parent, kind of what are the career pathways that are available beyond the degree. So hopefully I might cover a lot of the questions that you have in mind at the moment, but as I say, if anything is still unsure or you're uncertain, you can happy to ask me at the end. And for those of you online, you can post your questions through our system. So actually, I don't know whether you're all aware, but psychology is a really, really ancient discipline. It's got ancient roots. It was actually founded as a discipline in ancient Greece about 2,500 years ago. This is Aristotle, and he was a philosopher, and he's been given credit for formulating a lot of the ideas and the concepts around the foundation of psychology. He wrote a number of books and treatises on psychology, and this is taken from one of his books called On the Soul. And in this book, he talks about a three-part structure that every living thing on earth has a soul. And he distinguished these different kinds of souls. So plants, he said, have a vegetative soul. They are focused on growth and reproducing themselves. Animals have a sensitive soul. They have the power of movement, whether that's on land, in the air, on the water. And they also have they share the same vegetative soul with plants, so they grow, they reproduce. But Aristotle thought, what's unique about being human? And in his book, he described the uniqueness of humanity as having thought and reflection. And he called this the rational soul. Human beings are able to perceive and to think about other things. They can use their intellect and their reason. And this is something that sets us apart from animals. And so he wrote about that. But he also wrote about other things like memory and learning and the roles of dreams. And these are still topics that psychologists even now are very much interested in. Now, as I said, in those times, psychology was a philosophy, not a science. And what do I mean by that? I mean that actually philosophy is just about thinking things through, logically arguing for things, but not necessarily based on evidence and observation. And we see this here as psychology developed in the Greek and the Roman times. Psychology as a sort of philosophy was joined up very much with the discipline of philosophy and also medicine. So psychology sort of crossed all of these boundaries. And there was this phrase that was very common in Greek and Roman times. They thought of a healthy mind in a healthy body. And they saw those two things being very closely interlinked. We have this Latin phrase, mens sana in corpore sano. That's what that means in English. The body and the mind working together was an important principle that linked our human experience. The internal experience of what's going on in our mind and the external experience of what our body experiences. The Greeks and the Romans were really interested in kind of medicine and disease, as I said, and they were some of the first civilizations to recognize mental illness, diseases of the mind, in addition to diseases of the body. But at that stage, medicine was at a very early stage of development. So they did have some rather strange ideas about different disorders. And this is Hippocrates, who you've probably heard of. He was a Greek physician. And he developed a theory of hysteria as a mental illness that he linked to the female condition. And he believed that hysteria was caused by a displaced or a wandering uterus. It's sometimes called wandering womb syndrome. And he popularized this idea, and he thought that, particularly in women who have not yet had a baby, that in those women, their uterus doesn't have a function. And because it doesn't have a function, it then becomes displaced in your body and moves around your body. and this is what causes you to have some mental disturbance. And they treated this with massage and exercise in those days. So just to kind of illustrate how medicine in those times was just a philosophy. It was thinking about things through without having any solid evidence that those ideas were actually true. Now, if you think about trying to understand how the mind works, it's really complicated. You can't easily measure people's thoughts and feelings. And so, because of those difficulties, psychology was sort of ignored for quite a long time, until more recent times in the 19th century. This is the time that psychology really emerged as a scientific discipline. And this chap here, William Wundt, he's credited with being the father of modern day psychology. He was an experimental psychologist. And he opened the world's first psychology laboratory that you can see over on the right. This was in Germany at the University of Leipzig, and their laboratory opened in 1879. So this officially marked the beginnings of psychology as a separate discipline and as a scientific discipline. Now, if you're interested to know what these chaps are doing as they're all sat round the table, this is the first ever psychology experiment. And they were trying to evaluate the speed of somebody's thinking. And what they did was measure how long it took their experimental subjects to make a judgment. So Wundt measured the discrepancy between the actual and the perceived time between a pendulum swing. And he inferred that that difference between the perceived time and the actual time of the movement was attributed to the speed of thinking. Now, we might think that's quite straightforward kind of stuff, but at the time that was quite a radical way of thinking, and it was quite a radical sort of approach of trying to reduce thoughts to something that can be measured. Now, that idea of scientifically measuring thoughts has stayed with psychology up to modern day times. And modern psychology is very much seen as a scientific discipline. It has both fundamental arms and applied arms, as we'll see. But just to kind of explain to you what we mean by a fundamental arm, is that the scientific inquiry is really driven by two things. It's about generating theories. These are ideas or predictions that can then be tested. So I make a prediction, which is a hypothesis, and then in step 2, I design some sort of experiment, or I look at some sort of observations and I use some data collecting methods to then test whether my predictions are true or not. This is the move to empiricism, and it's a move away from philosophy. So this is kind of the fundamental arm. In the applied arm, people apply those theories about development, learning, perception, emotions, personality, and they help people who might have difficulties in those areas to rebalance their life and attain good mental health and well-being. So actually, what I'm hoping to try and explain throughout my talk is that psychologists do provide counselling and they do provide therapy. That's often the first thing that comes to mind when you think about a psychologist. They do work to help people with distress, but they work in lots and lots of other areas too. And as a psychologist, you're not just limiting your career to working in the healthcare profession, that you do have a lot of different options open to you. And there are many hundreds of thousands of psychologists working in the world in lots of different sectors, maybe even doing work that you're not aware of. So we're going to look at that in a little bit more detail later. I said I would talk about our programs, and some of you in the audience have already asked me a few questions about those programs, and I promised you that I'd show you this slide. Our psychology program in Edinburgh, Dubai and Malaysia is the same. We teach to a common syllabus and we teach to a common timetable. In Malaysia, the 4-year program is split. So year 1 that you would study if you were in Scotland is offered through our foundation program. But don't worry if you don't study foundation psychology with us and you just come in straight away. You would then come in at year 2, which is our undergraduate degree program, which in Malaysia is 3 years. And we teach you all of the basics. So you very soon catch up, even if you start with us in what we call year 1, it's year 2 in Edinburgh. The take-home message is that we cover all of the fundamental topics in psychology, and we also offer some options for specialisation. So hopefully you can see it's a little bit small on the right, but in year 1 of our degree programme we cover cognitive psychology, development, some history of psychology, social psychology. These are some of the cornerstones of the discipline, and we also start teaching you research methods. And you can see that teaching in those research methods is a theme that flows through every year of study with us, leading to your 3rd year, which a large component of the 3rd year is you as a psychology student designing your own study, collecting your own data, analysing your data and interpreting what it means. That counts for two courses. We offer a number of specialist modules, and these specialist options tap into the strengths of our psychology experts who are on our teaching staff. So there's a range of different topics, some organisational psychology in year 1, forensic and applied psychology in year 2, and then a range of different specialist options in year 3. That is our core psychology program. We also offer psychology with management. So you major in psychology, but you have management as well. And again, I was asked to explain what the difference between the 2 programs is. Very good question. So hopefully you can see the red stars. So the red stars on this slide show you those modules, those courses that are distinct and specific to psychology with management. So we've got 2 in year 3, in year 2, which is the Malaysia year 2, and we've got 2 in year 3. The other thing to note is that these management options are actually taught to you by experts in management and business. So in our School of Social Sciences, we have psychology in the Edinburgh Business School. And so we're very fortunate in having staff with business expertise, and they provide that specialist input to those management type modules. So the take home here is it's broadly the same as core psychology, but it's a little bit more business oriented. And your research project that you do in the final year has a management and business aspect to it. So again, you're running a study, but it would be running a study in the workplace or looking at some aspect of organisational psychology. That's kind of what sets it apart from our core psychology programme. So I promised you I'd just touch a little bit on how we've been teaching, because this year has been an extraordinary year. Everybody's talking about it. We're not quite sure when it's going to end. We are hoping that we'll be back on campus in some reasonably normal state in the September when we start our new academic year for our undergraduate programs. But we don't know. So we have to be responsive. We have to be able to cope with any eventuality. And we have to be blended, which means that it's very unlikely that all of our students are going to come back onto campus, and it's very unlikely that in September I'm going to be lecturing to a full lecture hall. We'll still probably have to maintain social distancing with limited numbers. So blended means that we'll have some on-campus access according to whatever the government SOP is at the time. So we anticipate some small-scale face-to-face teaching opportunities, but we will supplement that with online tutorials, online discussions, and maybe also some kind of further online teaching. We've got kind of all of the hardware to be able to support those with interactivity, and we use Microsoft Teams, and we've got a new system coming out that enables this virtual learning environment. So it's been very well tried and tested with our students and staff, and is working well, and so we anticipate keeping that at least for the foreseeable future, with a little bit of a return back onto campus. So whatever happens, we can't predict, but whatever happens this year and next year, we'll be really well prepared to continue your education. As a student with us, you're not going to be disrupted in any way. We hope to do as much face-to-face interaction as we can, but if we can't do that for whatever reason, then we will deliver the same content, the same course, you get the same level of support by kind of online means. The other thing about our online platform is that an advantage has been that as a global university we've really been able to come together. So our psychology teaching team is based in Malaysia, UK and United Arab Emirates. And as a psychology student here, you might also be taught by some of our staff on the other campuses, topic-specific experts who've recorded their lectures, and then the staff here will support with tutorials. So the online platform has really enabled us to deliver a global course, and that's been a fantastic advantage of moving into this responsive blended learning mode. And in the final bit of the slide, I just wanted to kind of reiterate that we're responsive to the dynamically changing learning environment that we've got. Whatever the disruption is to your learning journey, it's not going to negatively impact on your ability to continue your studies with us. And we are, as a university, I think, extremely well placed to consider all of our students' well-being and support needs. So what's unique about our psychology programs? Well, this is just me having an opportunity to tell you what's great about Heriot-Watt. Here, psychology is quite a small department. It's perhaps one of the smallest departments on campus. What that means to you as a student is that we have a very low student-to-staff ratio. And what that means in practice is that you get a really personalised learning experience. I've only been here 5 weeks, but already I know a large number of our students by name, and they know me, and they get kind of very direct personal interaction with me as a teacher. So you're not just a number or a name without a face. We really know you, we know your strengths, we help you overcome your weaknesses, and it's a bit like a big family. Not all psychology departments are like that. I think I've already mentioned that if you're psychology with management track, then you're in the School of Social Sciences. and you have interactions with colleagues who are studying in the business school, and your management courses are directly integrated into our curriculum, but there's some of the management courses delivered from those business staff. Globally, as a university, we've got a really strong reputation in the applied sciences, and this comes through in our psychology programs with respect to some of those applied options that you can do, particularly in health and education and cognitive psychology. That's where some of our staff's expertise lies. In order to meet MQA requirements, all of our second year students undertake an industrial internship. It's 3 months over the summer holidays. And this provides you as a student with an opportunity to work in a real world environment. It gives you the chance to kind of experience some kind of sector in which psychology is embedded. You can develop team working skills, get a chance to interact, improve your communication skills, and all of those other sort of soft skills that I've listed below that employers in Malaysia really say that is very important to them. I think psychology graduates, as you know, compared to other disciplines, are seen by employers as having very, very strong transferable skills, because these are the key things that we teach in our programme, and they're reinforced at Heriot-Watt through other programmes. If you were here earlier on, you might have heard about the Empower programme. We have lots of opportunities for you to do more than just study psychology. And then by the time you finish your undergraduate degree with us, you don't just have a certificate that says I've got a degree. You have all of these other skills, experiences, and self-confidence, self-awareness. You're, a graduate that's in demand because you have all of these other skills in addition to your expertise as a psychology graduate. I've already mentioned our third-year research project. So our staff have internationally recognised expertise in these areas: educational, health and cognitive psychology. So you're really supported and taught by the best. Once those international borders open, then all of our students have an opportunity to capitalise on our Go Global initiative. If you checked into some of the talks this morning, I think they have already mentioned this, but because we are a global university and all of our courses are aligned, as a psychology student you can study in Edinburgh, you can study in Dubai, and we support that flexible interchange. It could be a semester, it could be a year, you might want to finish your training in the UK. All of those options are open to you. It's just limited by what you would like to do. So there's no disruption in study because the curriculum is the same. I wish those kind of opportunities were open to me 30 years ago when I was a student. And the other thing, because we're a global university, you just get a degree certificate from a recognised British university. It doesn't distinguish where you studied. It's a British degree. So you can see, go global, you can travel the world. What a fantastic opportunity. The other thing that is unique about a Heriot-Watt education, and this I have to say personally was one of the things that really drew me to come and work for Heriot-Watt University Malaysia, because they're very committed, Mushtaq and the whole team here are very committed to developing young people in a holistic sense. It's not just about churning out graduates with degree certificates. It's about developing the future generation for Malaysia. And so our staff firmly believe that a sense of purpose is really vital for a university to nurture that sense of purpose, to help our students kind of work out who they are in the world, become aware of themselves and their strengths, And we nurture all of those strengths and positive things so that our students can make some sort of positive impact in the world, whatever it might be. So our extracurricular, our other programs focus on helping you develop character, identify what is important to you, what you value. I've talked about those soft skills, communication, team working, problem solving, critical thinking, in addition to your academic achievements. And there's lots of opportunities here on campus through societies and through our Empower programme, our Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, to take up activities in the outer circle that enable you to have some sort of impact. All of our Year 1 students are encouraged, and they do some sort of community service project, and we encourage those activities to continue throughout your time with us at Heriot-Watt. So I've just kind of listed here some of those things that we really nurture and develop here at Heriot-Watt, and those are critical factors that are well known across sectors to be important to career success. So your first job interview, your CV should be full of lots of experiences, not just studying psychology. There's much more to our graduates than that. I've mentioned Empower programme. This is what the Empower programme is. We have kind of 6 core domains, which are things that employers value and recognise, and they're also aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals about making the world a better place. We've got things like citizenship, leadership skills, having an impact, making a positive difference in the world, resilience and happiness. And those are important too, so that we can kind of bounce back after setbacks. We're resilient, we can cope with any challenges, make the most of them. People skills, entrepreneurship, critical thinking, and employability and industrial relevance. Now, all of our first years engage in the Watt level programme, and I've been involved so far in running workshops, helping our students to know themselves better, to think about what they need to do to achieve their life purpose, and giving them an opportunity to work together in teams to do some community service projects. That's compulsory for all of our first year students. And then if you like what you've tasted at the first year, we encourage you to pursue those activities as you progress through your years with us. And we recognise all of the activities that students have done, and we provide an additional certificate that is an indicator of how you have engaged in our programme and all of the benefits that you've gained from that. So that's our Empower programme, and it's open to all of our students. So I've talked about transferable skills in a sort of abstract way, but just to spend a few moments delving into what those transferable skills are a little bit more, because I think a degree in psychology, as I said, really develops these transferable skills. So the way that we teach our courses and the way that we stretch you and challenge you as you progress from year 1 to 2 to 3 helps you develop skills in information gathering. Remember, psychology is a science. It's about running experiments. It's about observing. Lots of information gathering. We teach those skills. Critical analytical thinking. Now, I'm very fortunate I came from a British education, but I understand from talking to my Malaysia colleagues here that maybe some of the school system doesn't fully develop critical thinking. And so our degree programme is very much focused on helping you gather information and then analyse it, assess it, compare different viewpoints, work out the pros and cons, develop your own opinions. The other thing about psychology is that it's a science, but sometimes there's no right and wrong answer. It's about constructing an argument and providing your best evidence to support your perspective. That took me a little bit of getting used to when I was a fresh graduate at university, but we support and nurture those skills in all of our students. We encourage our students to express personal opinions, and tutorials are a really good opportunity for that. Small groups where we reflect on the lecture content, we reflect on the reading that you've been doing, and we ask you for your opinions. And so those kind of tutorials are in all of our years. We've got assessments that require you to write reports, write essays, lots of projects with team working, and some of our assessments are through presentation rather than written, so we nurture your communication skills. So as a psychology graduate, I think you've got a great opportunity to develop and enhance all of those skills. How do we support skills development? Well, this is a framework that is very explicit in the development of our courses. This framework is called Bloom's taxonomy because it was developed by an American educational psychologist called Benjamin Bloom in the 1950s. And it's been very persuasive in the British higher education system ever since the 1950s, and it's taught in pedagogical teaching even now. So you see this pyramid on the right-hand side. You can think of this as the journey through a graduate degree program. You might start off with those skills that have been developed at school. You're very good at remembering, rote learning. You're very good at remembering and understanding facts that you've been taught. But at university, we take you on a journey beyond that. And we teach you and encourage you to apply that knowledge, use the information in new situations, analyse it, so drawing connections between different ideas or different concepts. I talked about evaluating, having a viewpoint and then being able to defend it. And top of the pyramid is creating, so where you're using all of that knowledge and analytical skill to produce something new. That's the kind of entrepreneurial side of things. So this is a common vocabulary across the sector, and as I say, we're very explicit in every course that we teach. We're very clear in our learning objectives, whether we're kind of focusing on understanding, applying, analysing, whatever, and we take you step by step through that journey. So I've talked a little bit already about how we teach with lectures and seminars, and here are just some of the sort of pictures that illustrate those different methods. So we in psychology use all of these different pedagogical methods, and our aim throughout all of them is to make your learning experience as fun and enjoyable as possible. So it's not just all sitting, just listening to lectures. There's an awful lot of interaction, an awful lot of teamwork, group project work, running all the way through. So I thought I'll just show you some testimonials from some of our students, because you might not have been able to meet any psychology students today. Gazlina is the communications officer in our psychology society, and I'll just give you a moment to read what she said. she was the communications officer in our psychology society. So as a psychology student, you automatically get membership to our psychology society. And it's a community of our students. They work together to organise social events, educational events, and they also provide resources to enhance their colleagues' learning. Some of you may have joined us last weekend. We were celebrating International Day of Happiness on the 20th of March. We had an online forum with some talks from UK and Malaysia colleagues, and that was organised by our Psychology Society. So we had a couple of students who were emceeing. We had other students behind the scenes who were answering questions and answers. Everybody got involved. That's just an example. Here you can see when we were in a world that enabled face-to-face opportunities. Here are just some of the fun things that the students are doing. And Amir Tazri is the current president of the society. And he just describes to you what you can get involved in. Again, you can see elements of those transferable skills. So if you serve on the committee, what a great opportunity to develop some leadership skills, for example. So in the few moments that I've got left before we open up to Q&A, I just wanted to talk to you about some psychology-related careers. I'm not going to go into all of them in depth. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. But I wanted to just illustrate how psychology opens doors into a variety of psychology-related careers and non-psychology related careers. So these are careers for professional psychologists, but they all need some sort of specialised postgraduate training that then lead to some form of accreditation to practice. You can see we've got the things that all kind of always automatically spring to mind: counselling and clinical psychology, work in healthcare settings. Health psychologists look at health behaviours, might work with the government, for example, on health behaviour change. They're very important at the moment as we're kind of trying to manage COVID. You know, what kind of behaviours do we need to do? How can we encourage people to wear face masks? How can we encourage people to socially distance? That's kind of the kind of questions that a health psychologist would address. Forensic or criminal psychologists work with the police force. We've got educational psychologists in schools. Sports psychologists work with professional sports people to help them improve their game. You know, a lot of that winning determination is mined, not just how fit and strong you are. And we've got psychology careers in the industry sector as well, looking at how organisations can improve employer performance, for example. That's what an organisational psychologist might do. Consumer psychologists, they're more about sales and advertising, people's buying behaviours, analysing data. I talked about psychology opening doors, and we have a number of other relevant career pathways. I'm just illustrating some of the key ones. It's not an exhaustive list, but I've grouped them into 3. So, now some of you might have an unwavering desire to be a psychologist, but others of you might be interested in psychology because it sounds like an interesting degree subject, but you're not quite sure that you want a career as a professional psychologist. And so for those of you who might not have an intention of being a psychologist, other relevant career pathways can be an attractive option. So as some of the key examples, this first group, we've got human resource type careers, careers advisor, a recruitment consultant, or an executive within a human resources department. A lot of these staff have background in psychology. And I've just summarised kind of the key aspects of their job. The next sort of group of jobs is advertising and PR. We've already talked a little bit about that in terms of a consumer psychologist, but there are other jobs like public relations specialist, advertising and media executive, sales professionals, or user experience analysts that might work with product designers. Again, the skills that you develop as a psychology graduate are really, really useful in all of those advertising and PR jobs. And there are other sort of helping careers whereby a psychology degree is really useful but not essential. So social work assistants, kind of operating in the community on helping people overcome practical aspects of living and improving people's welfare, and special education therapists, teaching curriculum to students who might need some extra support. So I've given you a whistle-stop tour through psychology historically, what we teach, how we teach it, and then what doors might open beyond that. I'm happy in the rest of the time that we've got left to take any questions, and Cam is going to help, I think. Okay. So how many questions have we got, and how much time have we got? Okay. So, okay, let's take, there's a question, is the course accredited under the British Psychological Society? So, the course in Edinburgh has been accredited by the British Psychological Society. What that means is that the curriculum that has been developed covers all of the fundamentals required to kind of meet the benchmark standards of the BPS, we call it, BPS for short. The course here in Malaysia is to the same standard, but the accreditation, we're in the process of applying for the accreditation at the moment. So the answer is not yet, but we are a very long way down the process of applying for accreditation. In fact, I had a meeting with my UK colleagues about this just earlier this week. And when the BPS evaluate the course, they will backdate the accreditation. So hopefully that answers that question. It's not accredited yet, but we are in the process of applying. The Edinburgh course already meets the standards, so we've got every reason to believe that we would be successful. But we will have to finalise the application, and then it will be backdated. There's another question on, can I know the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist? Now, it's a very common question, and talked with one family about that earlier on today. Just to give you a very simple answer, a psychologist, hopefully my talk has explained what a psychologist does, and they will help people with mental health difficulties by talking through how they're thinking and how they're feeling, challenging those negative thoughts and trying to give people more positive coping strategies and more positive behaviours, so that they can have a greater sense of well-being and good mental health. A psychiatrist is actually a medic. So psychiatrists have gone through med school, and then they specialise in psychiatric medicine that enables them to understand more about psychopathology. So that's very severe mental illness like personality disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, panic disorder, schizophrenia, those very, very severe kind of symptoms. And they approach it more from a medical perspective. So they'll kind of take more of a medical model with medication, whereas a psychologist will kind of do the talking therapy. And sometimes they work hand in hand as a multidisciplinary team. Somebody asked, do I need to be good in biology to study psychology? I would say it can help, but it's not essential. So, for example, when we're talking about kind of emotions, you know, when you're stressed, stress is a psychological reaction, but it also has physiological consequences, doesn't it? When you're stressed, you might kind of get that butterflies in the tummy, you might kind of have sweaty palms. Those are physiological responses. If you did biology, you would understand all that kind of physiology, but it's not essential. We can pick that up and we'll teach the kind of essential biological underpinning hand in hand with psychology. One of our options is psychobiology. I think that's a year 2 or 3 option. That's how the brain processes information. So if you haven't got biology, we'll teach you all of the stuff that you need to know. Okay, I'd like to know more about criminal psychology and art therapy. So I'm just going to go to my notes here so that I kind of give the right sort of feedback on that. So criminal psychology. So we've got 2 different types of... We've got criminal psychology and forensic psychology. And it's not immediately obvious what the difference is. But let me try and explain. So they both assist law enforcement professionals, the police, in investigating and solving crimes. But they play different roles. So if you're interested in criminal psychology, then what you would do in that profession is focus primarily on trying to work out the motive and try to create a profile of the perpetrator of the crime. Whereas a forensic psychologist would specialise more in the aftermath of the crime. So they'd do things like evaluate a suspect's mental state, or they'd counsel the victims and their families. So criminal psychology, law enforcement, looking at more kind of motives and profiles. Art therapy, that's quite different. So art therapists are for those people who have some sort of artistic talent as well. Art therapists use artistic methods to treat psychological disorders and enhance mental health. And we're increasingly seeing art therapists in hospital settings. It's getting the idea, it's kind of using the idea that if you embed some creative process, that can help with the healing and can help you improve your mental health and well-being. So it could be art to create, to explore your emotions, or art to develop better self-awareness of who you are as a person, or coping with stress, or boosting self-esteem, or working on social skills. So an art therapist would use art, but in a helping sort of situation. Okay. Yeah. Somebody asked, I'm interested in pursuing a career in the HR field later. I'm considering in between psychology. Do you know what that is? HR. International Business Management. Oh, okay. There's an acronym, IBM, HRM. What's the difference? Okay, so what's the difference between psychology and human resource management? Well, as you've seen from the curriculum in psychology, psychology is focused, you major more on individual thought processes and behaviours. And so you can apply those in a HR setting, but as a psychologist you would be an expert in those kind of mental processes. If you train directly in HR, then you'd be more of an expert in those sort of business, HR, kind of the business of managing people. You'd have those management skills, but you might not necessarily have that in-depth knowledge of theories of human cognition and development. But both kind of lead into HR equally. Somebody asked, how can I become a clinical psychologist? Again, that's quite a popular question. So clinical psychologists, they receive training in the theoretical orientations of helping people with psychological disorders. So they'd cover psychoanalysis, behavioural change methods, cognitive behavioural approaches, and clinical psychologists work in a variety of settings, primarily hospitals, or kind of private practice, and they work with a range of people with psychopathologies, and they do clinical diagnoses. They help people to overcome those mental illness and kind of less severe, more moderate mental health difficulties like depression or anxiety. How do you see the demand of psychology in Malaysia in another 5 or 10 years? That's a good question. I think COVID has presented an opportunity for psychologists because, we see mental health difficulties on the rise in our younger generation. I think I read a staggering statistic of about 20% of 13 to 17-year-olds in Malaysia are experiencing stress. The pandemic, it's difficult for us all, isn't it? And how is that going to kind of affect us in the longer term future? I do see a rising demand for psychology in Malaysia in the future, not just to address those mental health issues that I think the stigma of talking about mental health in this country is reducing. People are becoming more open to talk about their problems and to seek help through talking therapies. So that's going to increase the opportunity for those professional psychologists. But also to be competitive in the economic sector, it's not good enough just to create products or to sell products. It's about kind of thinking about products, selling products, meeting kind of customer demand. It's about finding the right talent pool and matching the talent pool with the jobs. So all of these opportunities in HR and sales and product development, I think to give Malaysia the leading edge within the ASEAN region and globally, then there's going to be an increasing opportunity for psychologists to work in many of those industry sectors to give them that competitive advantage. When the next academic session will be started for those? Is that an answer for you, Cam?
September.
Okay, so the next academic session for our undergraduates completing their IB starts in September. Are there any questions from the audience here that you would like to just ask? If you want to take my business card, if you're here in person, I've given my card to a couple of families already. But if you don't have any questions now, but you think you might have some questions later, then please do take a card. If you're online, then you can access this talk again, and I've got my email address on my first slide. So I hope I've answered all of your questions, but I am here if you have anything further to ask. Okay, so thank you for joining. We'll end the live session now, and thank you for your time.
Oh, you look like a